It looks like everything is starting up properly. Okay, let's see here. Uh, the thumbnail I think came out all right. I do have to update the YouTube side of things in terms of its tags, and then we'll go from there. Friggin', I have to run my vent now because of how hot it's getting outside. So I don't know if the vent will be audible on the stream itself. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be too audible. So I think we'll be fine, but you know, it's one of those things. Settings change, looks good. If anyone searches MTG Forge, I should be like one of the first people who pop up. Okay, so I did play this game on my own a little bit one day, and I pivoted. I made another deck. So this is the original deck that we're familiar with in the stream. The one with Sacred Cat and the Ram and all the halflings and stuff. Pretty decent deck if I'm being completely honest, although I was running into some issues. So I decided, okay, let's take a look at what we have and what we need and what we don't need. And I decided I got a lot of squirrel fucking cards. So, and I know where there's a squirrel shop. So we just started pivoting towards squirrels. So Squirrel Sovereign gives other squirrels 1/1, pretty decent. The General, it doubles the amount of tokens essentially that I make. This guy produces tokens whenever he gets a 1/1 counter onto him. This one gets more powerful with more squirrels on the battlefield, and that is quite good considering how many squirrels we can produce. This guy has kind of a bad mechanic called Echo, where we basically pay for his mana cost for 2 turns in a row. But when he comes into play, he produces 4 squirrel tokens. Also, all squirrels get 1/1. Kind of nice. This guy, at the beginning of your upkeep, you may put a 1/1 green squirrel token, which is nice. And Threshold is sometimes happens too, which is real nice. Here's something. This is out of one of the promo boxes for Bloomburrow, but equipped creature gets 1/1 for each creature you control with base power and toughness 1. And it can be equipped to a squirrel automatically. So yeah, the more tokens I have out, the more powerful this sword becomes. Kinda nice. We still have a few of the things from the previous deck. There's an enchantment aura. It just makes more squirrels whenever whatever's attached to attacks. This produces squirrels based on how much damage a creature takes. So creature takes 5 damage. This will create 5 squirrels. Let's see here. Chitter Spitter is probably my best card in this whole thing. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may sacrifice a token. If you do, put an acorn counter on Chitter Spitter. Squirrels you control get 1/1 for each acorn counter for Chitter Spitter, and create a 1/1 green squirrel token by tapping this. So essentially it's a guaranteed way to produce more squirrels and also make them more powerful. If I have 2 of them out, the squirrels are going to get real strong. Hydra's Growth is just generally good. It doubles the amount of counters that are on a creature for every turn it's out. Squirrel Nest is also pretty good. I only have 1 of these in this deck. I'm not sure about having more than 1. Enchanted Land has tap to put a 1/1 scroll token into play. Quite nice. Pretty decent. And here's the last new card that I've added. Rootcast Apprenticeship. Choose 3. So I could choose to put 1/1 counters onto something, create a copy of a token, put a squirrel token into place, or opponent sacrifices an artifact. All very good. Honestly, with the way this deck is set up, the green squirrel tokens is probably my best bet. And this is also one of those Bloomburrow promo cards. I don't know what, I think it's promo. It could be something, considered something else. And we got 25 land still. I think I've gone over all the new cards. This one, I'm not sure if I had before, but we'll go over it real quick. Enchant creature. As long as enchanted creature is green, it has 1/1 and indestructible. As long as enchanted creature is white, it has 1/1 and flying. The cool thing is, it can be both at the same time. So a creature like the King, Knotville Paladin. Excuse me. Any of these 3 cards would get both at the same time, which is super nice. Alright, we've gone over that. Now, you may notice I have some money. 649 money. Kinda nice. So what I've been doing in order to get all these cards and stuff. Okay. It's taking a sec to load the next area. What I've been doing is I've been freaking... I forgot to boot up Sammy. I've been going into the arena in the green area, and it's... Wow, this is taking a hot second. The game crashed. That's not good. Alright, let's get it opened up again. I don't think I've ever seen a crash on entering that area before. I've been entering the arena there, and all I have to do is win a single battle, and I'll get 500 gold. It costs 100 gold to get in there, but with this deck, I have a pretty decent chance of winning, just in general. So that's how I've been making the money to get more squirrels into the deck. It's not helping me out, like, fighting there isn't helping me out in terms of actually generating, like, reputation. That's probably why it failed. That comes up every time I start up the game now. It's part of the main quest. Don't worry about that. But yeah, the arena, great way to make money. There's no... Yeah, you just spent 100 gold to enter the arena, and that's it. I also need to go over the items I have. So, at some point I got this Bone Splitter, which means that I start with a Bone Splitter on the field whenever I start the game, or like start a match. I also have a Plant Token Shield, which again starts on the field. And we also have Skeletal Snake, which decreases my HP, but it's a creature on the battlefield when I first start. And you can see that I have some more artifacts just in general in the menu here. And I found that, you know, oh my god, look at this nerd. Look at this nerd. Look at these nerds. How you guys doing? Dragon Cat, how's it going? So this is the shop I've been using to buy all the scroll tokens and all the scroll stuff. The issue is I'm running out of crystals, and doing these arenas does not give me crystals. So I'm running into a problem where I'm running out of rerolls for this shop. But let's do an arena real quick. And we're going up against a freaking druid? Elf. Oh shit, an elf. Let's see how this goes. Dragon Cat, I completed those tasks that I linked you real quick. I'll be honest. It was quite nice. Let's see here. We got Animal Friend, Lifelink, Hobbit Sting. Hobbit Sting is kind of good because we already have 2 things on the field. And Animal Friend can be used on the Skeletal Snake. I'm going to go ahead and equip the Skeletal Snake as well. Sacrifices a non-token creature. Well, shit. There that goes. There isn't really all that much we can do with this. So we'll throw out the tapped land, get that equipped, and get it attacking. But yeah, we've been doing pretty good on this this particular campaign, or like this this file. Well, I called you a nerd. I always call you a nerd. Okay, Sheodred is here. That's not good. Surprised an elf is using that particular card, but hey, it'll be fine. Destroy all creatures with power 3 or greater. Hey, I forgot to mention this card. I added it to the list recently. Then create a food token for each creature destroyed this way. Only costs 3 mana. At the beginning of the match, this is actually really useful. Gets rid of that. And I guess I created 2 tokens? Weird, because I thought it would only create 1. Maybe I'm drunk. And we'll just attack with both of these. So our goal is to make as many squirrel tokens as possible. We're up to 3 at the moment. We can get more out. Let's get the squirrel mob out, and he countered it. That's unfortunate. We don't want to attack because this is just going to block it and mess us up. So we'll just hold off. One big disadvantage I have in these arenas is I start with like no health. I have essentially no health. Let's lifelink first. No, wait, we'll hold off on lifelinking. Let's attack. This will produce another squirrel token. Okay, and then we'll Hobbit Sting the flying creature. Okay, and we'll eat a food to keep our HP relatively decent. Okay, we're still we still have problems, but it's not nearly as bad as it was when before. And we're going to use the lifelink on the new squirrel mob here. That way he'll get us HP back whenever he attacks. I'm going to attack with the plant token to get another squirrel out. I had to switch to PC? Okay. I know I lost the boy, but it's fine. And Scroll Mob is up to 8 damage. It may actually be enough to keep him from attacking with his flying unit. Yeah, it is. Cool, cool, cool. And we're gonna throw out another Squirrel Boy, and regret not throwing out this Chitter Spitter. And he's probably not gonna block this. He did block this. Okay. It's actually a pretty interesting thing to do. He did sacrifice a land for that, by the way. And I do have another squirrel mob, so he may have to do that again. Alright, Scroll Sovereign, get him out. Oh, yeah, I got enough mana for it now. Okay, cool. And I can't tap this to make another scroll token. Womp womp. Okay. How's my audio, by the way, Dragon Cat? Is it like a nightmare, or is it fine? I had a lot of people come in here like right at the beginning, and then leave immediately. So I'm a little bit worried about my audio. Go ahead and get another squirrel out. And then we just attack with all of our squirrels other than the Sovereign. Because this should make it so that they have to block with as much as they can. Yes. There we go. And cancel that. We might as well just attack at this point. Alpha Strike. Pretty decent. Pretty decent. Probably leave because you're a boring little toad. How dare. It's fine. It's fine. The more people I have popping in and stuff, the more likely I'll get like subscriptions and all that stuff over on the YouTube side. Which, I mean, if you enjoy the magic that I'm doing, feel free to subscribe. Alright, this guy got 55 HP, and I remember him being a bitch to fight because he has a lot of like artifacts and enchantments. So, we'll see. We'll see how this goes. I could run him over, but that's kind of a waste of using that. I could add a bunch of HP to the skeletal snake. Okay. I regret northing. Yes. Alright. He's not blocking, that's fine. We can take the hit. It's less likely that we can take that hit. We got mana problems too. Attacks target creature defending controls with power less than hers. Yeah, let's just run it over real quick. It's about the only thing I can do with my mana currently. Oh no. It's got a Saga out. Deals 1 damage to each opponent and each planeswalker they control. Next creature that you cast enters with an additional 1/1, and then transform the it over to this. I got a small problem. He's gonna win the damage race at this rate. Although I now have 3 mana, so we could probably get some interesting things out. I guess Chitter Spitter's my best option, but like if I don't have the mana for it, definitely have to block this. We could put Sarah's. No, we can't. And if we do Hydra's Growth, he would likely just attack around it. Like, he would just keep throwing more things onto the board and just attack around it. Squirrel Mob would die immediately, kind of. This has prowess, right? Yeah. We could get the general out, and the general has 3/3, and that would set me up down the line. This also has Forest Walk, but that doesn't really apply to this. Yeah, that should work. But we can't attack at the moment. We have to kill that flying unit too. 6/6, okay. Do we sacrifice the snake? Or the general? I think the general is like better for long-term growth. Such a small amount of mana. You can get the Squirrel Mob out. I mean, even if I can only cast 1 spell, and that's not going to be enough for me to actually survive this. So we're pretty much screwed because he's going to attack with everything and I have 3 HP. So yeah, we lost this one. And he bolted me in the face. That's okay. Because we still got the 500 gold out of it. So we're up to 1,000 gold. We win another one of these and we can probably get a booster pack. Start aiming for stuff like that. These boosters just kind of fill in specific sets. I wouldn't mind some Kamigawa in our whole situation. We'll get the Anthem of Champions out first. That'll make these guys strong enough to actually attack. Even though I'm doing way more damage, he'll actually win the DPS race. He's mana ramping pretty quickly. Yep, there's some silliness. That does not have trample, so we can block that pretty easily. Because we want to save this battle until after they essentially set up a bunch of, you know, like a bunch of stronger things. Do I want to go with this? I think just blocking with 1 will work. Honestly, I should be blocking with this because I don't have the mana next turn to actually keep this around with the Echo. Yeah, actually that would work perfectly. Because it decreased it down to 2. Destroyed my enchantment, that son of a bitch. Okay. Throw out the forest. And then we do the battle, because he decided not to throw out a big beast. And we got a bunch of food. I need to read that card again. For each creature you control. Okay. Because I have a bunch of creatures, I have a bunch of food tokens now. Got it. And we do have enough money to Hobbit Sting. We'll equip one of these with this, and then we're going to make sure that this dies, and then attack his HP pool with the others. Let's get the Chitter Spitter out. Tap it for another squirrel token. Eat some food. Okay, don't eat some food. Land comes into play with a 1/1 counter. Whenever a creature comes into play, you may move a 1/1 counter from this land onto it. Okay. It's a interesting one. I remember seeing it and thinking like, that could be useful. Okay, we have proper board control. And we're starting to scale to add another squirrel to replace the one you sacrificed. Oops. There goes the 1/1 counter off of this. I put it onto this squirrel. And we could Hydra's Growth this. I don't have enough mana. That's fine. It's gonna have to start blocking eventually. Yeah, next turn he'll start blocking. And he stopped playing cards. Okay. We don't even have to sacrifice anything. We're just going to Alpha Strike. So that's the first round of this arena done. Nice. I really did have a lot of people pop in immediately, Dragon Cat. Fucking, it went up to like 20 viewers there for a moment. It's like, whoa, am I popular? No, this can't be. Go ahead and throw the axe onto the skeletal snake. And we are going to go ahead and... let's see here. We could put Druid's Call onto the skeletal snake, but I mean, that'll only produce one squirrel at the moment. Let's get her out. This character's damage and toughness is based off of how many creatures I control, so if I get a lot of freaking squirrels out, that's really nice. He exiled my equipment. What a sumbitch. These each come in tapped, right? Yeah. We'll do Druid's Call on her, because she's likely going to run into some resistance down the line. There goes my plant.
Are you sure about that?
Oh, god damn it. That surprises me every time. And we will throw this out. Yeah. We're gonna do Hydra's Growth on her. It's only one counter currently, but every turn it'll double the amount of counters on her. So, yeah, we're gonna play a little bit defensive. Shit! God damn it. Alright, well, we need to kill that guy because he's buffing up all the vampires. Let's get this squirrel out. It's a 3/3, kind of nice at this point. Deal 3 damage to me. Son of a bitch. Get the squirrel mob out. Okay. Squirrel mob gets stronger and stronger over time. Like, with the more squirrels I have. Let's go ahead and throw this onto the squirrel mob. And I don't have enough mana for anything really other than this. Yeah, there we go. This produces a squirrel every time a new squirrel comes out. And because of this, it will double the amount of tokens generated for squirrels. So this is getting much stronger, much faster. We'll block with a single squirrel. It will be fine. Him doing that small amount of damage, completely fine. I'm gonna go ahead and tap one of my scrolls to give us a little bit extra power. And we'll throw this onto that. That way we can tap this next turn for more squirrels. Nothing he has a death touch, so we should be fine. Damn it. He had some kind of, when it attacks, it does 1 damage kind of thing, and he just kept bolting me in the face. That's fine. We still got the 500 gold. So, that came down to me not having enough, like, health generation utilities. Alright, Legends booster, Invasion booster, Alchemy, Kamigawa, Neon Dynasty, yes please. But, hold on. Hold on. I think we want a Bloom Burrow. More than anything, we want a Bloom Burrow. Innistrad, Zendikar, okay, we'll just go with that. One of these. Because we're running out of those gems. Ah, Fall of Lord Conda. That's a pretty decent one. Mana value 4 or greater, exile. Each player gains control of all permanents they own, and then exile it to bring it back as a 1/3 defender with a draw. I've used that card in the past. Snake Ninja. Ninjutsu. Whenever it deals combat damage, put a 1/1 counter on a target creature you control that doesn't have a 1/1 counter. Cheap to get out, cheap to ninjutsu. Crypt has 1/4 and has reach. Reconfigure. That's a thing that was from that. That's chat's job. Oh, how dare you? That's a little mechanic from this particular set. They had artifact creatures that came out as creatures and then can be equipped as equipment, which is pretty cool. Reconfigure is a pretty neato mechanic. I think one of the issues with Reconfigure is it's oftentimes not worth doing a lot of the time. Alright, it's not worth doing because, like, it's so expensive. Yeah, you died. It's so expensive to actually reconfigure it, it's just not worth doing a lot of the time. Getting this because it's a storm, so create a 1/1 green squirrel token. If I get a bunch of these, I could technically just storm out a shit ton of squirrels at once, but it would also mean that I'd have to fill my deck up with these as well, so I'm still kind of on the fence. We're looking to spend all our money because we're going to go out and see if we can get some more gems. We're not getting black cards. We should be fine with 93 gold. Yeah. 93 gold, we should be fine. Squirrel deck. Yes, I'm doing a squirrel deck. It's great. It's been working. We just got the Acorn Catapult. Deal 1 damage to a target creature. The player, that creature's controller, or that player puts a 1/1 green squirrel token. So I can use it to finish off enemies. I can also use it to create squirrels for myself. So I guess we'll add it and see if it works. It's kind of expensive. I'll be honest, it's kind of expensive to actually use. Like, to put down and actually use at the same time. Apparently I've defeated an owl before. I could work with this. If I lose this, I'm not too worried. I'm a little worried about how many owls he's putting out already. Comes into play tapped. I should have played this the first turn. Alright, we'll just throw it out now. And we'll attack to see if he blocks. He did. That's fine. Because we can just equip this now. Yeah, keep him on as few freaking flying units as possible. But yeah, the Acorn Catapult may actually come into play here. Let's get this out. Damage and toughness is based off of how many creatures I have, which shouldn't be too difficult to actually get going there. Squirrel Sovereign, always a good idea to get out, and we'll get the Sword of the Meek out. So he increases his damage and toughness based off of how many units are not tapped whenever he attacks. So if you have a lot of like squirrel tokens, you don't have to actually risk any of them in order to get benefits out of them. He's going to do 2 damage. That's not too bad. We could also put Sarah's Embrace, and that will put Vigilance on this boy. Increase his damage and toughness, Vigilance, and also give him Flying. Which basically means the enemy doesn't stand a chance now. And it also gave me a little bit of additional like time to kind of set things up. Instant Ramen allows me to draw a card and also eat it in order to get some HP back. It's one of the Final Fantasy cards too. Just kind of funny. I can't believe they kept the whole Final Fantasy, like the freaking. Hold on a sec. I can't believe they kept that whole situation with God damn it, brain. Instant ramen. That there was in Final Fantasy 14 there was a huge product placement for instant ramen. Death Touch. Fuck, I looked at it wrong. All right, well that's not good. It's fine. He's down to 5 HP. He's actually kind of screwed. All right. Squirrel Mob needs to go out. We'll equip it. We'll do Run Over to kill his heaviest hitter. He countered the spell. That's unfortunate. And I don't have any more mana. The best thing I can do is to attack with everything. And hope he blocks. Okay. He has 4 damage on the board at the moment. Okay. He left 1 defending. 1/1s. Would my best bet be to kill that thing and try to buff up? Yes, it is. Okay, he gets a scroll token out of that. Okay. Still pretty screwed. This is why we... This is exactly why we spent the money before heading out. It's very unfortunate that he gets a scroll token whenever I use this. I have 2 HP. Well, let's do Hydra's Growth. Funnily enough, if I move this over to here, I would have killed him, actually. If I moved the Bone Splitter over to the squirrel, instead of having it on the squirrel mob, I would have been able to attack with 2 5 damage. Like two creatures with 5 damage, which he would not be able to block. Shit. That's my bad. Okay, whenever you lose a match in this game, you actually lose max HP. So you have to go back to town in order to get your max HP back to full. That's, I know this deck.
I like this. This is cute.
No, it's not good.
I want this inside of me.
No. No, my card. No. He's consumed the card. Let's see here. We'll throw out the one that's tapped to begin with. Dragon, no. Let's see here. Dawn of a New Age would be useful. It gets me a little bit of extra card draw. Squirrel Sovereign, probably not that useful to begin with. Like, to start with. He foretold a card already. Shit, that's not a good sign. Alright, we're gonna go for the card draw. Start chipping away at his HP. Okay, okay. He didn't do much that turn. Okay. Let's go to get Scurry Oak out. This guy produces squirrels whenever he gets a 1/1 counter put onto him. Okay. That little card draw thing just blew up and gave me a little bit of HP as well, which is nice. What is this? Elf Warrior, Reach. Other elf creatures get 1/1. I could make a shit ton of green squirrel tokens. Non-land artifact. He doesn't have any artifacts in play at the moment. And I have another way of destroying those if I need to. Let's go for just getting creatures out. Oh, also this puts 1/1s whenever I put a more powerful creature down than what he is currently. So he's up to 6/6, so that creature he put down that was a little bit scary is no longer that scary. Search your library for an elf card, put that card into play, then shuffle your library. Oh, fuck that card. Fuck that card in particular. Is this... It's a creature, rebel, okay. Let's just really crank up the amount of squirrels we got. Damn, I should have thought about that a little bit more. If I just put the 1/1 counters onto the Scurry Oak, I would have gotten 3 squirrel tokens either way. Okay, well that's fine. It's fine. Mistakes. Alright. I'm gonna hit him hard. He's not gonna block because he could take the hit. We're gonna put Druid's Call onto this card. Throw that out. Nothing we can really disenchant. Let's just go and throw this out. This gives me the ability to tap my creatures for mana, which is not something I'm going to be doing immediately, but maybe next turn. And we're going to attack with this in order to bait out like a defense. He did defend, which is good for us, actually. Let's kill the big thing. So, because of Druid's Call, we will generate that many squirrel tokens based on how much damage he took. So essentially we just doubled our attack damage just now. Our possible attack damage. He's up to some silliness. He's up to a lot of silliness. Alright, Chitter Spitter's coming out. Gonna tap it to make another squirrel. We do 2 damage with each of these. Currently, the way I see it, we still don't have complete board control yet. If we attack with everything, I mean he'll just block most of that, and it won't chip away at his health enough to actually make any difference. So I'm gonna go to put this onto the boy, just to have something with high attack on the field. We're gonna hold off, and we're gonna use the Chitter Spitter to increase the damage of all our squirrels. Also, this puts a 1/1 counter onto all of our creatures. They get Vigilance, Trample, and Indestructible on the next turn. So Unless he attacks with a lot, like a real lot, we should be fine. Having a hard time deciding what he wants to do. Looking pretty good. There's one bad side about this game. Sometimes the AI takes a little bit of time to figure out what they actually want to do. And I think it's because of the amount of cards that are on the board. Like, I think they individually decide how many, what each card does. I can take the hit. God damn it. His HP is going up. Alright. Alright, these are 4/4s now. We sacrificed one squirrel in order to get them up. Also, we got fucking the thing. So we're about to really start popping off. In like 5 turns, this will be doing enough damage to kill him. But currently, we have Vigilance and Indestructible on everything, so we gotta convince him to defend himself. Alright, we'll just hit auto on each of these. And there's a pretty decent chance that we have enough damage coming out to actually kill him. Yep, it was just enough. Cool. Well, we also had the paradox in hand. That would have helped out quite a bit. Comes into play, distribute 3 1/1 counters among any number of target creatures. Draw a card and lose 1 life. Okay. It's something I have a hard time with my current deck, drawing cards. I just don't draw enough. We didn't get any gems for that, that's fine. We'll find gems at like a specific location. I'm kind of curious as to what this is all about. I don't think I've ever seen this guy. I apparently have fought him before. Oh, you know what it is? I fought him in the arena. We will do Divine Favor on the Skeletal Snake to get the HP from it, and also make it so that we don't have to worry about him dying to a small defense. Forest Walk. Fuck. Well, at least we got run over. We can kill him using that. Which I will. Probably a bit of a waste, but hey, at least I don't have to worry about Forest Walk. Forest Walk allows them to attack without being blockable. We'll throw out the Squirrel General because I think it's compatible with Paradox Zone. Whenever a creature you control becomes blocked, it gains +5 until the end of the turn. Okay, so you had to sacrifice another creature in order to get that thing out. Okay, next turn we'll be able to get Paradox Zone out, and that basically just makes a countdown to him being destroyed. Okay, he is attacking. Do we take the hit? I think we take the hit. Alright. And this produces tokens, and I think this guy will produce tokens as well. Yes, he will. Cool. Forest Walk? I thought so. Alright. We'll block using the new tokens. Right. We'll eat the ramen, because we need the HP. Brought another land. And it's pretty much all we can do. We're waiting for Paradox to get a little bit stronger here. So now it's 4-4 and the squirrel is at 5-5, which... How does this work? I don't know how that works. I think that... Wait. 0-0 fractal, put a X... I'm not sure how this squirrel is so powerful, by the way. Alright, we do need to block this, otherwise we die. We need to block this, otherwise we die. And we can't block that. The good news is, even though nothing that they have is dying, our fractal should be strong enough next turn to block us completely. Especially with this anthem going out. We're gonna Titan's Growth this as well. Yeah. Surprised that they're still willing to attack. This guy's becoming a bit of a problem now. We can't block him. X squirrels. Okay, I have an idea. I don't have an idea. I don't have the right mana for this. As you can see, this would have won. We were right at the point. It's that damage I took like right at the beginning to keep them from taking out one of my creatures. Well, shit. That's one of, like, Forest Walk is one of the things. Like, when I see something with Forest Walk or something similar to that, I usually kill them immediately, because if I don't, it's just like they just chew away at my HP until I'm dead. Very unfortunate, especially considering I had the Paradox Zone and all that. Harmonize, Scurry Oak, Paradox, Sarah's Embrace. I think I can work with this. Hey, it's that one... I didn't know that this got reprinted. It's that one land that was really confusing people for a little while there. So this is a land that acts as a creature. So back in the day, there was this famous tournament where someone was keeping this land creature amongst their lands and not amongst their creatures, and it tricked their opponent. And this was like during like a big match, magic match, and it basically tricked them into thinking that they didn't have any way to block when they did. And you know, at the right time, an extra 1/1 creature will make all the difference. Alright. He is producing a lot of small boys. I'm gonna block it. And we're going to do Follow the Imposter. This will allow me to put 1/1 counters on my boy. And that will allow me to generate more squirrel tokens, which is nice. We got a bot in chat, which is unfortunate. Because I do not have a good way of getting rid of that bot right now. I have to go and actually block him on both websites manually, which I need to load up. Okay, that's done on the Twitch side. While I'm doing this, how's everyone doing? Hope you guys are doing alright. Hopefully the music is at a good level. Might as well bring myself up on YouTube. Whoops. There we go. There we go. Okay. We good to go. We chillin'. And we're out of mana. And there's a lot of them on the board. We not chillin'. This isn't good. If I block this... God, they're all mana nerds. Which means, like, after this turn, he's gonna, like, really create some crazy shit. And he did. Okay. We could Sarah's Embrace the Skurryok, and that would put him at the point where he can defend. We could Paradox Zone, but if we do that, we'll probably die to these two things. And whatever he puts out before the Paradox Zone actually does anything. We could Battle by the Bywater. That'll give us a bunch of food tokens and so on and so forth. The issue is this will die as well, which I kind of don't want. Let's go ahead and cancel that. I'm going to do Paradox Zone. I don't have enough mana for it. I'm going to go ahead and Sarah's Embrace. And that will get him closer to where we need him. Next turn, these, one of these will be killed. As a copy of Essence of the Wild. Fuck! That means he could duplicate it. We'll block one of these. And block these with squirrels. And we'll exile one of those. Not really anything we can do about that. What we're gonna do is we're gonna do Battle of the Bywater, I think. Before I do that, though, let's see here. I don't have enough mana to really make this work better, so there goes our boy. And we don't have enough mana to do anything else, so we're gonna get hit in the face by at least one of these. Alright, Nut Collector or Paradox Zone. Paradox Zone would enter with more power than he does. And these guys are certainly disposable, so no issue blocking with them. I'm gonna get this out. And go ahead and get this out. So Paradox Zone is probably gonna save us. We're not gonna sacrifice that. We don't have enough scrolls out yet. And my music stopped. Just give me a sec. Okay. Harmonize. How much mana do I have? I don't have enough. We could lifelink, which probably would be a good idea. Even though it's only a 5/5, it will basically make up for all the damage I've taken so far. Okay. Cancel that. We're gonna put it onto the one with lifelink. And we should be good to go on this match. We're back up to a really nice health. And yeah, we're doing great, actually. Let's go ahead and harmonize real quick, just so we have some more options in the coming turns, just in case he does something weird. The Paradox Zone really is just a one-card win condition for me. So, the way Paradox Zone works is it doubles up the amount of 1/1 counters on the tokens it generates. So next turn it would be a 120, you know, just more. It would just be way more. And I think I accidentally found a synergy with it, with the Squirrel General card. 5 shards and a bunch of money. Elves, monks. Target green card from your graveyard to your hand. As long as a creature has -1/1, it has vigilance and death touch. Okay. Not really interested in any of those cards. I have better ways of getting cards out of my graveyard already. Spider. I don't have that many spider cards yet. I mean, we're kind of close to, yeah, it seems kind of weak in terms of how much mana we have, but we just get a 1 or 2 more mana, we'd be able to do a fair bit. That being said, we still need to draw that mana. Ah, that's not good. We are going to go ahead and get rid of the Acorn Cannon. It's too expensive for us right now. That's not good. Twitching Doll. This gains counters whenever you tap it for mana, and then you can sacrifice it down the line to actually create a bunch of 2/2s. I hate to say it, I think the Chitter Spitter's gotta go. Another Twitching Doll. Okay, mana. I still can't do anything. I need green mana. Shit. What did he just do? Create 2/1/1, and then each creature that isn't an insect, rat, or squirrel gets -1/1 until the end of the turn. That's pretty good. That's honestly really powerful. Alright. We cool. We cool, G. We cool. I think I'll start with the not paladin and just go ahead and equip it. Shelob. Shit. I don't have anything that's decent for this. Not in hand, anyway. We could get King out. That won't do me much good. Get the Squirrel Mob out. That won't really do all that much. You get Squirrel Nest or Chitter Spitter. Both of those won't really do me much good because if I get either of them out, I won't be able to get another Squirrel token out. So it's looking like we're either going to have to sacrifice Squirrel Mob or King or this guy. I think I'm going to get the Chitter Spitter out. And then next turn we can just start setting up Squirrel tokens. And we'll leave the Paladin ready to defend. And now we can just tap that for more squirrels. Not going to be enough to save me though. It's certainly not going to be enough to save me. I can't tap that anymore because my 1 green mana is being used. Yeah. That was a fail. It's fine. I should have seen that coming with how much like mana nerds he was putting out. We could put Hydra's Growth onto the Skeletal Snake. Probably wouldn't be the worst idea in the world. Gonna go ahead and get the ramen out instead of equipping the snake. That'll double every turn now. Oh, there it goes. At least I still have the first 1/1 token on him. Let's see here. Go ahead and get Squirrel Mob out. Get him equipped. I might as well attack. Honestly, he's probably... Oh, okay, I was expecting him to attack himself, but he didn't. We do not have enough for Hobbit Sting. We could eat the ramen, though. And if I attack, he's going to defend with this green wheel. So we're just going to hold off, because we now have something pretty nice, which is Hobbit Sting. Do we want to defend? Actually, yeah. Wow, Trommel? They already integrated a Final Fantasy card. Also a pretty scary one. Shit. Alright, Paradox Zone is out. That gives me some pretty disposable creatures to defend against a lot of this. Alright. Should be able to just kind of overwhelm him now. Doing some silliness. Let's go ahead and kill this first guy he got out. If I do this, it'll kill all my creatures and only half of his. See if I can get him to use up that 6/6. He did not. It's looking a little bit scary, but like, can he even attack? Is the real question. Damn. Just producing so many freaking elves. Okay, throw this out. We don't want to use this because it'll kill everything we have and he'll still have a bunch of 2/2s left and stuff. But at the same time, if we do use this, we will get another token at the end of this, at the end of the turn that's like a 32 by 32. That could defend. And by using this, we should... Yeah, let's go for it. So now I'll throw out a 33 by 33. He's going to attack. He has Forest Walk, so I can't block. That's not good. That is specifically not good. What's giving him Forest? All elves gain Forest Walk. Great. So I actually literally cannot block like all of this stuff that he's currently got going on. Shit. Circle of Flame. If we fight our way through here, we'd be able to get this book and this chest, and inside that chest, or this chest, should be the card Circle of Flame. Kind of curious, even though I'm not at max HP. Whenever a creature without flying attacks you, or a planeswalker you control, Circle of Flame deals 1 damage to that creature. Okay. So, like, if I were to attack using Skeletal Snake, it would just die. Good to know. Deals 1 damage to any target. Activate this ability only if a creature died this turn. Squirrel Sovereign would probably be a good idea. He has a bunch of things that deals like 1 damage. So anything with more than 1 HP is definitely worth getting out. So now we're up to 3. I can't attack because otherwise he'll just attack me back. We need to thin them out. If we do Animal Friend on the Squirrel Sovereign, we'll be able to start overwhelming him with numbers, and then we'll just kill that one. And Morbid. This will do 1 damage, this will do 1 damage, and attacking him will do 1 damage, killing my Squirrel Sovereign. So we're gonna hold off. Never mind. We're going to attack. And we need to get rid of these Vengeful Devils. We really need to get rid of those Vengeful Devils. That's not good. That's a sneaky, snacky way of going about doing this. I don't really have any good way of getting HP back unless... Fuck, I still don't have any good ways of getting HP back. I was hoping to get lifelink there. Well, best bet. We'll go face. It's okay. It's first time dealing with him. I get an idea. I have an idea of how he works now. Any amount of lifelink will counter his whole situation. And I do not want to get into a fight right now. I just want to find a town and rest so we can give that little cave another shot. Shit. So as you can see, I started with 2 HP. That's crap. We got the Shield of the Oversoul. That's good. Didn't block that. Get this boy out. And hope he doesn't attack with everything. He doesn't have any trample. Damn, I forgot. They'd both die if... Well, either way, I would have been dead. This is all buffs. Shit. Okay. Defeat. Dark armor cracked. That's possible? I didn't know that was possible. So, I think we lost our snake. The dark armor was debuffing my HP, so it's not the worst thing in the world, but Still, that sucks. That snake is really useful. Instead of teleporting, we're just gonna wander around a little bit. I'm sure there's like a site around here that I haven't been to. Like this tower here. It's the blue tower. This one's filled with illusionists. I've been into a very similar tower, and it's like a nightmare. I'll be honest, it's like a nightmare. In fact, I think the tower that I've been into was this one. Yes, it is this one. And I do have a quest to clear out this tower completely. It's just, I've tried fighting these illusionists. They're not easy. So the issue with illusionists is they have like 1 cost 2 2s, like 2 cost 4 4s, stuff like that. So essentially, we don't stand a chance of actually like outpacing them in terms of damage. That's a flyer. So all their creatures are incredibly cheap. Just stupidly cheap. I could take the hit. Hilariously, they also are kind of weak because if it's the target of a spell or ability, sacrifice it. Now I have Acorn Catapult. I can kill one of his things every turn, or I can put the Oversoul onto this to make it so that he can't attack with most things. I think we'll start with that. Yeah, he's decided to stop attacking, which is exactly what we want. And we're going to use this to kill off one of his things. And because it didn't technically defeat it, it was its own passive that defeated it, he didn't produce a squirrel token. Which is pretty useful. Which that's actually a weird interaction if I'm being honest. Okay, this guy draws a card. Every time you draw a card, he gets more powerful, which is bad. But he's still not going to attack because he's afraid of this particular card, which gives us some time. This does not disappear. And this does not disappear. So we're gonna hit ourselves with this. He's indestructible, so I'm not too worried about like taking a little bit of damage there. Hexproof. Oh, great. Until we get a good squirrel card, we're just gonna start stacking up squirrels. Okay, we got lifelink. That means that we can attack, but if we attack, we can defend and we'll get HP back for defending. That's the main thing. We do not have vigilance, so we're not going to risk attacking and then taking a huge hit to the face. Unblockable. Fuck. Extra fuck. Alright. If that's the case, then continue making squirrels. Get some HP back. Only flyers attacking. HP, 6, 10, 13. He's still outpacing me in terms of damage, but if I don't attack, I'll die. Yeah, if I don't attack, I'll die. So you only attack with that. Interesting. God damn, I'm drawing so many lands. So now it's 14. Okay, I got the HP for that. He has one less flyer, that's good. And he's no longer, like, just attacking, which is great. He's afraid to attack with everything, including the unblockable thing, which is weird. Okay, he got rid of the big one. Okay, okay. Is this... Okay, is that still hexproof? Yes, it is hexproof. I have enough stuff on the ground to take care of that, though, so we'll just attack. Okay, he didn't have anything to block. That went surprisingly well. Phasing. Here's the illusion card, the one that made everything stronger and hexproof. So if I wanted to start an illusion deck, that would be basically a centerpiece piece. Maybe we can clear this whole place out of illusionists. There's a little bug, the card being popping up there. Okay, you didn't have one of those really cheap cards yet. And we kind of need a forest. Alright, one more turn we can get the catapult out. We're gonna see if he attacks with his Lord of Unreal. Ah, great, he got that out. If I had one forest, I'd be able to use Run Over to get rid of his hexproof. And then the Acorn Catapult to actually... Okay, never mind. Ah, he had another one. Ah! Ah! Okay. Oh, this is just not great. The catapult is like the exact thing we need to use to finish this thing off, but yeah, I thought so. So he doesn't have the thing where if he gets targeted, he dies. Okay, okay. That's fine. We've taken out one illusionist so far. This is not going to be a profitable endeavor, but at least it'll complete the quest I've had forever. It doesn't help that I don't know where the quest... Well, I guess I have to travel back to that town in order to turn the quest in. Each... okay. Sucks that we don't have any way to deal with that yet, but we'll get there. It's looking less and less good by the second. That's looking less and less good by the second. Okay, cool. Okay, less than cool. We're missing one mana to cast the Battle of the Bywater. And there's no way I can delay them. That's a concede. If we could get the Battle of the Bywater out, it would have cleared the board and for his side and left my plant token alone. And I would have gotten at least one food token to give me a little bit more time. I guess I'll fight a Sliver. Sliver decks are interesting. Kind of one of the ones I want to make as well. They're cool because they're really... like, they're really creature focused. The more creatures you have out, the more powerful everything that you have is. So each sliver has a little bonus thing, like sliver creatures you have flying and haste. That's a nightmare immediately. But yeah. They get essentially they're more powerful the more creatures they have out. The more, you know, similar creatures they have out. Okay, he's got 2 of those out now. We could put Animal Friend onto Plant Token. That'll help us generate token squirrels. But the Bone Splitter? Yeah, let's just go ahead and do that. It has equipped 2, right? Yeah. Because we can't actually block anything he's doing yet. Maybe 3 damage coming in, but we should be fine. Sliver, okay, it's 6 damage now, and all slivers get 1/1, and everything has flying and haste now. So, womp womp. Yeah, slivers are very cool. I do have to get up for a moment, so I'll be right back. I was just noticing my... I muted the mic during that whole thing, but my mic, like, I think the wind from my fan was activating my mic a little bit there. Which I don't need this fan running right now. Alright. Let's try to do this tower. Fuck. Apprentice White Wizard? Apparently I have a bad track record against them? Great. Guess we'll do this. Artifact or enchantment, okay. Level up. 1 through 3, 2, 6, 4 plus 3, 10, okay. I've seen these types of cards before, but I haven't really looked into them all that much. It's actually a pretty interesting mechanic. Like, if you were to design your own cards, that'd be a pretty interesting starting point. I'm getting a lot of forests. Let's go ahead and throw the squirrel nest onto one of these forests, and that way we can produce a bunch of squirrels for free. We have enough for Hydro Growth. We might as well Hydro Growth this. And then they'll start, like, just increasing over time. We have nothing we can do about this guy, really. We could put 2 Druid's Calls onto this so that if it gets blocked, I'd produce a shit ton of squirrels. Yeah, we just didn't get any white mana during this one. If I had the snake, I think he would have, like, held off on attacking until, you know, a little bit later. We'll see. We'll see what we can do here. We got the catapult, we got the scurry oak, and a banishing light, which is actually kind of a great start, if I'm being completely honest. Sacrifice it. Target of a spell, sacrifice it. It's worded differently than all the others. I don't think we want to put Animal Friend on this. 2 damage, not the worst in the world. A token, huh? I think we're going to go ahead and... yeah. We're going to exile this. Because it generates more tokens and it's just... it's not great for me. I'm gonna put this onto his card. So, this Animal Friend, enchant creature, that's the only main thing that we need to talk about. Whenever it becomes a target of any spell or ability, sacrifice it. So, we do this to one of his creatures and it will just eat itself. So we just killed it with a buff, is what we essentially just did there. Gotta start blocking. Alright, we got the Acorn Catapult out. And we're going to go ahead and finish this thing off. What? Becomes a target of a spell. Ah, damn it. I guess we block the boy. We can't block the boy. We'll block this boy. Yeah, it's slightly, ever so slightly different mechanics compared to all the other illusions that we've seen. And also we got out 2 more permanent illusions. Druid's Call plus Squirrel Mob, wouldn't it make it hard to kill? Yes. But we don't have either of those in our hand at the moment. I think we've lost this one. They just have too much flying and all that. That's fine. I've used Druid's Call and Squirrel Mob before. It's a pretty good combination. Squirrel's Mob gets really, really powerful real quick if you can have some sort of squirrel generator. I don't think I'm getting to that book yet. We're just going to attempt this again. As you can see, we're having a real hard time against this guy. Although I think what I'm doing here with this new deck is working out better than what I was doing with the old deck. This will double the amount of counter or tokens coming out once it gets out. And lifelink is going to keep me alive. Alright, what do you do? Okay, discarded a card. And drew some cards. Got some lands that enter tapped, so... Alright. That is a target for the Banishing Light. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, create a 1/1 blue illusion creature. That gets more powerful for every illusion that comes out. Whenever illusion you control dies, you may put a permanent with mana value less or equal to that creature's power from your hand to the battlefield. So yeah, definitely something to banish. Unfortunately, I need to wait until next turn to banish. Just going to get this out. I'm gonna take the hit to keep him from doing anything else. Okay, that's gone. We don't have to worry about that anymore. If I had one more mana, I would lifelink him just to get rid of that 6/6. But I think we'll have to use like Hobbit Sting or something. God damn it, these illusion decks are a nightmare. He got the hexproof one out. Yeah, that's a concede. You'll just calculate that he has enough creatures on board just to attack. Ivry, how's it going, man? I should have more instants and sorceries in my deck in order to kind of counteract this these illusionist decks. I'm relying a bit too much on the catapult currently. Battle by the water is pretty good for this sort of thing too. A lifelink, okay. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and sting that, so I don't have to worry about it anymore. Angel of Vitality. I've seen that quite a bit in Magic the Gathering arena. Let's go ahead and do this. That got rid of both of those. And we'll hold off on anything else until next turn. First Strike, Flying, Lifelink, Protection from Demons, and from Dragons. I don't have either of those, but it's a pretty decent card. If I do this, it'll still be within lethal, them attacking, especially with First Strike. Actually, here we go. And next turn I'll be able to do that and get him to the point where he needs to be. I can take a single hit. We're still not quite at the point where we need to be, but we do have the solidarity. Get the Scroll Sovereign out. And we start eating food come next turn. He no longer has lethal on this character. tries to attack with anything else, my squirrels will protect me. Oh, and I have vigilance now. I forgot about that. Shit, he has a 1/1 counter. Which means I have to block. And he has first strike. I'm doomed. Damn it. That Baneslayer Angel's pretty good. It's that first strike that got me. Alright, let's get back into that tower. Epic Struggle was part of your previous deck? Epic Struggle? I don't remember an Epic Struggle card. Let me just search. I don't think I have Epic Struggle. No, I don't think I have Epic Struggle, just in general. Okay. It's a pretty decent start. We have both types of land. We got the king. We got Rootcast Apprenticeship, which could technically be used to kill off his creatures. And he mulliganed a lot. At least once, he mulliganed once. There's the one that has the hexproof. Another hexproof one. Let's see here. Technically speaking, if I get the catapult out, I could put Druid's Call onto something that won't be attacking, and then I can use the catapult to generate 2 squirrel tokens at a time. Which would be kind of funny. What? That's possible? Oh, okay. I grafted his creature is what just happened. Equal to the number of... Okay. It's a little bit better. I mean, let's give it a shot, see if he blocks. He did not block. We can make him flying, or we can give him lifelink. I think if we give him flying real quick, they won't block. Epic Struggle. Oh, you win if you have 20 or more creatures with Epic Struggle. Okay. I mean, that's a pretty decent one. Alright, we'll give him lifelink. And we'll get the Chitter Spitter out, just so I can use it next turn. Oh, I missed how much... Well, at least I have a bunch of squirrels now. Okay, so I'm gonna say okay to this one, and then always no to the rest of these. We'll sacrifice a squirrel just to buff them all up. Let's see here. They all have hexproof. So my best bet is to either make more squirrels or put 1/1 counters onto some stuff. Let's make more squirrels. The enemy doesn't have any artifacts or anything. So now we have a shit ton of squirrels. We still have a timer because this guy can attack without being blocked, but he's going to block a bunch of stuff now. So one more block like that. He's not attacking because he's afraid that he'll run out of creatures. Okay, cool. Nothing to destroy there. Whoops. And we can put this onto this squirrel token to make him indestructible. And then we just alpha strike from here. Cool. We just barely survived, honestly. Equipped creature deals combat damage. It connives, where X is the amount of damage it dealt to that player. Bunch of illusions, including this one, which looked pretty interesting. These two as well. Very cheap for a 5/5. I have a quest to clear out every single enemy in this tower, by the way. Hence why we're trying so hard to kill these illusionists. I got a mulligan. That's a little bit better. We will get rid of this. I got the bear out immediately. I got the squirrel general. Lurkwood. Actually, kind of a good start. Kind of. Two flying creatures already. Also, my music stopped again. There we go. Okay. We can either get the Squirrel General out or the Scurry Oak out. I think the Scurry Oak is my best bet, even though it's not flying. And then we get the screwed. Is that army flying? And it is not threatened by anything I'm doing. Okay. God damn, so many angels. I have a hard time with angel decks. So you may have noticed I start off with like very low HP compared to the enemy. I'm playing on Insanity mode, which is essentially just a harder version of this game where you start with less HP, the enemy starts with more HP. Like normal gameplay, I think he has 10 HP if you're wondering. So yeah, it's much easier if you were to play like normally. But you know, I'm a fool. Probably should have played this first. Another thing that this mode does is every time you die in this mode, you lose half of your gold. So, I mean, that adds up pretty quickly. This guy gets more powerful with more creatures on the board. And it'd be pretty easy to get more creatures in this case. I'm gonna go ahead and try to bait him into blocking. Didn't work. He made a copy of my boy. I forgot he could do that. Alright. We can get the catapult out. And then I can hit myself with the catapult. Yeah, let's do that. I can't do it now because it costs mana to do, but we'll get there. Is this one of those ones that dies? No, it's not. Druid's Call on him. Catapult on him. And then he attacks. Gets plus 2/2. Not bad. Equal to the amount of illusions. Okay. He now has enough defense to actually do something there. We'll throw this onto him. And currently as it stands, we're just going to be able to block one of them. But we'll get more. God damn it. With he just can put out so many freaking creatures. It's insane. I'm gonna block anyone. Probably should be this one, because he's getting stronger just over time. Good news is I just produced a shit ton of scroll tokens. And I can't untap this in order to do it again. These illusionists are a nightmare. They have just so many creatures that come in with a lot of HP that get a lot of benefits from having more illusions out, and it's just in general their creatures are really cheap. I actually thought I had something going there for a moment on that last one. This looks okay. Get the one that comes in tapped out first. You made a copy of my plant token. And apparently that card he just played didn't go into his hand or his discard or his exile. Okay. Phantasmal image. So I guess it's still in his hand? Maybe? His ability to copy my cards is also super annoying. There's the Lord of the Unreal. We'll get the king out. Just to stay kind of even. Sacrifice it, but Lord of the Unreal is out, so I can't actually do that. I could do Druid's Call on the plant token to generate a bunch of stuff. Or I can get the squirrel mob out and do Druid's Call on that. Let's do it on the plant token. And then equip this with a bunch of stuff. And see if I can bait out... Okay. Okay. Let's see here. We'll say yes to this first one, and then always no to all these others. Okay, so now we have something that can actually block. Now all we need is something to kill the Lord of the Unreal. Squirrel token is out. Let's see if I can... Let's get some damage out. This flyer is going to be a nightmare. Unless I can get... Oh my god, look, he has 12 damage out in terms of flyers. I can't do nothing about that. Alright, harmonize. I guess draw additional card. Nope, can't do that. I don't have the right mana. Alright. We'll attack with both of these and see if he blocks. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. My thought was he may block with more than one creature and that may get me within, like, survival distance. If I had lifelink on either of those two squirrels that were buffed up, probably would have survived that. Also, friggin', I should have just alpha striked at that point. Basically force him into blocking all the biggest creatures. Okay, had to mulligan twice. That's a good sign. Okay. We can run over the Phantasmal Bear, but I probably shouldn't leave that for the situation where, what's-his-face pops up, the one that gives everything hexproof. I could Hydro Growth. Kinda stupid, but let's hold off on that actually. Make it so it's even harder for him to do anything against this. And I'm gonna go ahead and run over the Lord, so he doesn't have that out. Nut Collector, this will produce more squirrel tokens, or this. Does this disappear? No. But I can make this disappear. So we'll do this, and then we'll just do 2 of these. There we go. Because I put 1/1 counters onto his Phantasmal Bear, that bear disappeared on him. And honestly, I don't think he's going to be able to keep up with how fast I'm putting out these squirrel tokens. Not only that, this thing is getting way more powerful. We're going to do an Alpha Strike. And then another Alpha Strike. Okay, that's one more illusionist down. That went relatively well, mostly because of Hydra. Okay, that's the 3rd one of these I've gotten. As a copy of any creature on the battlefield except it's an illusion. Okay. It's really strange. Oh, it's a creature illusion. That means it wasn't a spell that made him, it was... Yeah, okay, so he was on the battlefield. That's why you couldn't find him in the exile or graveyard earlier. Okay, we got 2 mana, no green. I can work with this. Alright, that needs to die. We'll get the Dawn of a New Age out. It'll die immediately, but it'll give me some HP and an extra card draw. Alright, we got that out. I'm on the fence. I'm a bit on the fence on what to do here. Banishing Light would kill either this or actually just this, and that would leave this guy available to attack. Whereas we'd probably want to save Banishing Light for this because that's the only way to attack him. Because he's unblockable and he's not the type that dies with just any spell. Okay, shields. That is actually incredibly useful. Yeah, those illusionists are pulling some big cards fast. That's the biggest issue with these guys. Let's go ahead and do this. That gives him indestructible flying, so that kind of counters this guy, and it makes this guy stick around for a very long time. I still have the 3 damage coming in every turn, but that should keep a little bit of this off of me. And I can also use the Acorn Catapult to produce more units to make this more powerful down the line. None of these are artifacts that he's deploying. I still can't block this guy. We can put out both the Squirrel Sovereigns. I think we're at the stage where we just need to use Banishing Light to get rid of the boy buffing everyone up. That'll give me a little bit more time against this Phantom Warrior. And it's pretty much all I can do this turn. I don't have Vigilance on this, otherwise I'd be attacking. This guy doesn't have the thing where he dies if... Let me just double check that. Yeah. He doesn't have the thing where he'll die if he's targeted by anything. Let's go ahead and get a bunch of squirrels. Okay, that increased his capability, so that should keep them from attacking for a little bit longer. And maybe next turn we'll get a bunch of Squirrel Sovereigns. Oh, he calculated it out and realized that he just needs to hit with one of these flying creatures to basically kill me. Well, shit. Should have used that one card that generated those squirrels on killing off that dragon, like some of those phantasms he already had out on the board. Because that would have been another option for me to do. Alright. We'll keep trying. We'll keep trying. They are beatable, it's just a real pain in the ass. Squirrel Friend on the plant token along with Bone Splitter. Okay, this will give me a little bit of a lead in terms of creatures. There's the Lord. Let's make the plant token a little bit thicker. We can get the catapult out or the squirrel mob. I think I'm going to go for the squirrel mob actually, because that's going to get thicker over time as well. Get this out. At this point we could just alpha strike a few times. Need to put him on the back foot so that he's forced to start defending. Let's get this out for the additional card draw. And we'll get Chitter Splitter out to buff up our squirrels down the line. Also, take a look at this squirrel art. Is the Fallout set is where this comes from. And that's because of this, which is also part of the Fallout set. Well, I meant to attack, but I accidentally skipped my attack turn. Can I hit this? Another squirrel? Alpha strike with everyone? Alright, cool. That's another one down. Ooh, we got 4 copies of Phantasmal Image now. Be a pretty tasty deck if we get that all put together. It's a matter of getting the right hand, yeah. And we also got the rare card. You know the worst part about this? This tower has multiple floors. So I have no idea what's on the next floor. We can work with this. For right now, we're just going to play defensively for a moment. We get this out, that'll increase all of our HP and damage. We let it go through. Because otherwise we have no creatures on the front. Okay, now he's immortal. Hobbit Sting will not kill the boy, and I don't have the mana for it. I need to increase the HP of this thing to block that. We need some white mana. We'll be honest, we're on the back foot. This has reach now, though. Alright, Paradox, maybe next turn, because I miscounted my mana, but Paradox would get us out of this situation. Like, over the course of, like, several turns. Nope, he calculated it down to how much damage he needs to do. Alright. Man, that is just very fast creature ramp. Like, so fast if I don't get the right things. That one card that generates squirrel tokens whenever I attack is going to be really needed. Because I feel like every single time I've won against this this particular enemy, it was when I had that out on the plant token. Hydra's Growth. We could work with this to an extent. We just need a green mana. We will desperately need that green mana pretty soon. Let's hold off. Okay, there's the green mana. It is tapped, though, is the issue. Let's go ahead and do this. Because after this turn, I'll be able to put a Hydra's Growth on to maybe the Scurry Oak, actually. And, yeah, I think the Scurry Oak is what we want. We can take a few hits. Do this. A Phantasmal Dragon for 4 mana, get a 5/5. Needs to be targeted by a spell. This guy makes everything that they have 1/1 and hexproof. And he got one of these out as well. Well, shit. The fact that it's flying really messes me up. But like, if I got that Hydra's growth out a little bit sooner, and on that particular tree that I put it on, I would have started producing a lot of squirrel tokens, and that would have probably swung things in my favor, because just the amount of squirrel tokens and the tree just getting generally stronger and stronger over time. It at least given me a little bit of breathing room. But yeah, that didn't happen. Animal Friend and also Knotville Paladin, which are both extremely powerful together, so we'll go with that. You made a copy of my boy. If I attack, you'll get 1/1, and then another 1/1 with the this. I don't think they'll block it. Actually, what? Where are you going? Where are you going? Let's see here. Create a 1/1. Yes. So he's 6/4 now. Block. Block. Now they don't have hexproof anymore. I'm gonna put this onto him. This will increase the quality of the boys that we produce. And that's pretty much all we can do. Scurry Oak, or Anthem, or Nut Collector. I think Nut Collector is what we want. He puts a 1/1 creature into play at the end of every turn. Oh, we don't have enough mana for that. Okay, we'll just do this then. If I don't attack, he's going to calculate that he has enough things out. So we need to attack. We'll create the scroll token. He calculated that anyway. Okay. He just pumps out so many freaking things. Doubling season? Doubling season would be good. I think I've seen Nantaku Shrine and Seedborn Muse. I haven't seen that one yet. Really, this deck I've put together is kind of based on just what cards I've run into so far. Overall, I think the deck is working fine. It's just we're trying to fight some pretty difficult things. Honestly, I don't think we need 2 of those acorns. Chitter Splitter's good. I'm gonna remove one of the lands as well. Get down to 24. I think we can work with this. We've got the Paladin, Squirrel Mob, Mantle of Webs. Yeah, we can work with this. He just drew some cards. No reason for me not to attack. He's unblockable, okay. We'll do the mantle onto that one. This is fine. We do Song of Freya now. By the third turn, we'll get the 1/1 counters and also the indestructible. And we'll do this in order to get some HP back in a few turns. The enemy's losing a lot of HP pretty quickly. Throw this down. And we're gonna put a 1/1 counter on the Phantasmal Dragon. That'll make him disappear. Got the sword down. My thought is if we can get this, I mean, if he draws 2 cards next turn, he kills me. We'll hold off. Squirrel General or Druid's Call. We'll do Druid's Call just in case he gets blocked. Squirrel General, so that if he does get blocked, he's going to get we're going to overflow and like really mess him up in terms of tokens. Shit. Okay, he didn't attack. That's a weird choice, and we also exiled his 1 card that he was using. We attack, and we want to get the 1/1s after we generate the squirrel token. And we're going to say always no on this. You got hit, so a bunch more squirrel tokens just got generated. Draw out the oak, might as well. Now that we have a lot of squirrels, we can attack with these 3. God, the sword is a little bit annoying, but it's doing its job. What the hell did he just do? You have no maximum hand size. Oh, he drew his entire deck into his hand. He didn't put good use to it though. Okay, all strike. Even though a lot of these are 1/1s, I mean, there's so many of them, you can't block them all. Hey, Illusionist Key. That's for the gate, that's to the right. We also got the squid that was giving me problems. Old set. Very old set. Pretty decent cards, honestly. A lot of counter spells. Eyes, huh? And mimics. Ah, great. Fantastic. I don't usually have too many issues with mimics. I mean, I need to draw mana, though. I'm gonna rely on this plant token for a little bit. Game heard that I needed mana. Blocks or becomes blocked. Power and toughness to that creature until end of turn. I'm gonna run over that shape stealer because otherwise it's just gonna kill one of my guys. Get some HP back. Alright, what is this? Okay. Gains death touch until end of turn. Oh, that's not good. So we're gonna play a little bit defensively until we can exile that next turn, I believe. Yeah, we can exile that next turn. There we go. Got Hobbit Sting. Tap an untapped creature you control. Gains flying. Okay. Not the most scary thing in the world. We'll kill this real quick. Alright, what's this do? Create a token that's a copy of the enchanted creature except it's a spirit. Would be put in the graveyard. Exile it instead. Okay. It's at the beginning of your turn though. And he's only making a copy of this creature, so if we just attack him hard enough, he'll sacrifice his creatures, making those token copies worthless. Ah. Alright. We want token copies of a token that we control. Oh wait, no we don't. Cancel. Can I even afford this? 2/1/1 counters or green squirrels. I think I'll go with green squirrels. There we go. That increased his power. Also, they're stronger than normal because we have the squirrel token out. Or the sovereign out. We'll do the exact same thing again. He can only really block one of these. It's rare that I get both not vines out. Wait, do I have two of those? Am I drunk? Okay, Mimic wasn't so bad. Just had to get ahead of him a little bit. Hey, real stuff. Slumbering Isle. Remove a slumber token. While it's an island, it can add 2 mana at a time. Wow, that is just really, just stupidly strong, honestly. Okay, some useful things in there. I'm not doing a green-blue deck at the moment, but if I... Oh, I see, that's how I got in here. I have fought eyes before, they're no joke. From the 2021 set, all blue cards. Illusionary armor, interesting. Casting this on a one of my creatures would make it so that I wouldn't be able to cast it again on that creature. Also, this is just blue cards in general. It's not from a specific set. Okay. Thrilling Discovery. That's actually kind of good. Gain 2 life, discard 2 cards. If you do, draw 3 cards. Could be pretty good in a discard-based deck. And that's probably a Mimic. Yep. It's not a Fog Trap Mimic, so we should be fine. If we get the catapult out, we can kill this Shape Stealer without too much risk. We'll do a Squirrel Nest. And starting next turn, we can use that to generate some squirrel tokens. Actually, we'll do the Imposter first. This is actually kind of awkward because I want to make it more squirrel. Yeah, we'll make more squirrels. And we'll add Animal Friend to him. We know that this will kill him if he blocks using it, so we're being kind of careful on that. Actually, here. No. Maybe next time. So we're going to attach the Bone Splitter to this. Go ahead and throw this out to increase everyone's capabilities, and we're going to attack with both of these. Okay, looking pretty good. We're gonna go ahead and throw out the catapult and use it against this guy just to get rid of him. And I think we're good to actually attack. Morphling. Shit. That's not good. Druid's Call onto him. I don't know if we have enough to actually cast this yet. I just kind of clicked it. Yeah, we don't have enough mana for that. Let's get the squirrel mob out. Morphling is a bit of a problem because he has a lot of utility. Can be flying, shrouded, it can control how much damage it does or how much it can tank. It's back when it was first released, it was very, very dangerous. Let's go ahead and get the oak out, and might as well get another squirrel token out. We'll attack with both of these 9/9s we got. He's gonna have to start blocking this. He's also having a hard time deciding what he wants to do. I'm gonna make a bunch of 1/1s. I had him sacrifice one of his artifacts as well. And keep hitting him with a fair bit here. Aetherling. Wow, that's actually another version of that same Morphling card. It's a little bit different though. Alright, we're just gonna Alpha Strike at this point. There we go. We got the Mimic card. I think I already had a Mimic though. More blue cards. This is a very bluey kind of freaking tower. Hey, a new version of Dark Armor. Nice. Do I want to equip that? I think I do. Yeah. I guess it was cracked. I'm gonna get rid of one of these. Yeah, that's very unfortunate. It could be a bug where it's like, if the armor's cracked when you receive it, it will be cracked like on a new like when you receive another instance, it makes the new instance cracked, which I don't know what cracked means. I don't know how to get rid of it. I don't have much experience fighting these guys, by the way. Well, my best bet is to try to get Paradox Zone out. Oh, fuck. That was a quick 3/4. Reveals our hand. You may choose a non-land from it. You got rid of my Paradox. Okay, options. We can put Hydra's Growth onto this, and that would make it so that over time we would get more powerful. Issue. This has Menace. So we would need it to have at least one squirrel or something like that out. But like that's a me from a couple of turns from now problem, you know? He killed the boy. Alright, we'll get the Chitter Spitter out. This really sucks because I'm gonna lose half my money because of this. Damn it. And I had 1,000. Alright, there's 4 enemies left in that tower. Ooh. I've seen this before. It's actually rather good. Let's look around. Pretty useful. I don't have an artifact deck, but yeah, you could definitely make some really interesting artifact decks. Planeswalk or Forest Walk may be blocked as if they did not have that ability. Honestly, it comes up so rarely, I could just remove it using various, you know, direct damage cards. Right, 2/1/1 white humans, draw a card. There's a Bloom Barrel card that is very similar to this, but it's a creature as well as all those effects. I think the effects in the Bloom Barrel version is actually stronger too. That could be kind of good. 1/1 counters on each of up to X target creatures you control. That could be pretty good. Buyback for 3. So I can make it so that their entire front line can't attack, but that's only if I have the mana for it. I'm buying it, but that's only if I have the mana for it. So it's kind of up in the air on whether or not that I'll get any use out of that. Make a bunch of 5/5s out of stuff that's in my graveyard. Look at that. I don't know if I'll actually use it. Create 2/2 white knight creatures with vigilance. This is from the same set as that saga I really like. I'm gonna get it because that could, if I end up getting that saga, that could go pretty well with it. There's a saga that produces a shit ton of night creatures, and then at the end of the saga, it buffs those night creatures up for one turn. It's a creature that the opponent to your left controls. That's a freaking commander deck kind of thing. Interesting one. So that's Convoke, kind of useful. Very cheap cards in this particular place. Not looking to do a full draft at the moment. Okay, this could be actually pretty useful. Hold for Ransom is basically something that disables a card without actually removing it. There are decks that I've seen in the past that essentially it's a really powerful card, but it has a downside that happens every turn. The one of the ones I've seen is it damages you for 2 HP every turn that it's out. So having cards like that in a deck would allow you to basically have nothing but downside for the enemy. I'll throw one of those in. Yeah, I think that's the only change I'm going to be making though. Man, it really sucks. I've lost 500 gold in that one battle. Alright, the job is to kill every single creature here, so that includes the Jin. if I remember right, gens use some pretty old cards from like the second run of Magic the Gathering, so if I'm being completely honest, it'll probably be a little weak, but we'll see. Well, there he goes. What was that card he used? 2 or less. Okay. It is an older card. I'm not sure what set that is though. Might as well get this out. It's very unfortunate that I have basically nothing but buffs in my hand. Okay, no, that's a pretty new card. Shit. Okay. That's not good. Alright. Mana. Unfortunately, this would be useful if they were stronger, so yeah, we're pretty screwed. He is attacking with everything. Yeah. Alright, well, that was just bad draw on that one. Let's give it another shot. Because I feel like he wasn't scaling that quickly, if I'm being completely honest. We just had a few extra mana in there and like something to generate squirrels. That's a little bit better. Get rid of this because I know he uses kind of weak cards. Get the instant ramen out. Two cards. Wowie zowie. We want run over because otherwise I would have a hard time killing him. That go into the graveyard? Trample, haste, deals damage to a player, discards 2 at the beginning of the end step, sacrifice him. It's a pretty good card, honestly. Right, we'll get the Squirrel General out. We have enough to get the root cast done, and I think we'll do that. So we'll generate 6 squirrel tokens by doing this. Unless he has a board wipe, we should be fine. Gonna go ahead and put an aura onto the squirrel boy. And I guess we'll attack this with both of these, just to make sure it goes down. 3 or more creatures, swamp cycling. I got run over, so we'll just do this. Kind of want to attack with them multiple creatures here because I don't want him getting a chance like to block down the line. Like I want him not to be able to block down the line. Okay. Didn't notice he had the dens out. After this turn, he's going to be forced to block more. Now we're going to be generating squirrels every time we get blocked. This comes back from the graveyard every time it gets killed, if you're wondering. There we go. It wasn't so bad. And we got the troll. Nice. Enters the battlefield or dies. Put the top 3 cards of your library into your graveyard. Okay, so self-mill kind of thing. Preordain is a pretty good card. It's like a more powerful version of Opt. Allows you to scry 2 instead of scry 1 for the same cost as Opt. Oh, apparently I didn't have to clear the second floor? I just saw the quest thing pop up. Good to know. We are going to go ahead and get rid of Harmonize. Got a lot of tap lands to put in. You may pay 2. If you do, draw a card and lose 2 life. Okay. So he's got card draw now. And a lot of HP to do that with. I'm gonna go ahead and get the Chitter Spitter out. Excuse me. Learn. Okay. We'll do done. This will give me an extra card at the end of my turn and plus an extra 3 HP. He's using his removals on 3 tokens, so we should be fine with how he's playing. And my music just stopped. There we go. Okay. It's taking a moment for it to start up. There it goes. We're getting the catapult just to shoot that thing out of the sky. Okay.
Hit accepted. Noah Turk.
Oh, wait, hold on. Oh shit. What kind of task was that?
Hit accepted.
If it's the kind
Noah
of
Turk.
task I'm thinking of... Okay. We're not doing those. I do work online, and I'm usually on the lookout for any work that, you know, is good and quick and all that stuff. But this one, not so great. I'll be honest. Alright. We'll attack with this squirrel. See if he blocks it. He did. It's fine with me. It was a free squirrel. He's using all of his removals. That did put a 1/1 onto that, so we could hit my own squirrel, get another squirrel. And then if I continue down this line, we're going to be doing pretty good. This guy creates 4 squirrel tokens whenever he like goes in and gives all squirrels like an additional 1/1. The issue is I have to pay for him twice. So he comes in, and on the next turn I have to pay for his cost again, which is a bit awkward. Also, I've been noticing that is there an auto yield or something? Squirrels you control get 1/1 if you do sacrifice. Okay, maybe I just set it up so that it automatically skips the thing on accident. All squirrels, so that includes his squirrel too. I did not realize that. We're not attacking yet. Okay, so I can't actually block him. Yeah, it was set to always no. And I have to pay for this guy again to keep him around. And the saga just ended, so we have some pretty strong squirrels at the moment. Unfortunately, can't really do anything there. I'm gonna kill this thing real quick. And we have vigilance on all of this, so we're just gonna attack with everything and see if he blocks. Okay, he did block, but didn't do that much. I, for some reason, cannot block this. Non-eye creatures you control can't attack. Evil Eye of can't be blocked except by walls. Okay, well, shit. Well, I have an idea. We are going to hold him for ransom, so he cannot attack again. The bot voice. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, man. Yeah. That's, yeah, that bot voice is just something that informs me when new work is posted. We're going to catapult this. And there we go. He went ahead and hit that up with a removal. That's fine with me. Let's attack with 2 of these. Kill the bigger one. That's problematic. We're not going to sacrifice at the moment. I am going to go ahead and use this to create more squirrels. And then we're going to put lifelink onto one of these squirrels. It's going to stop using that eventually. Attack with both of those. Okay, we're back up to 11 health. He's down to 6. He went ahead and destroyed the 1 squirrel token. And we're not going to sacrifice. Throw this out. Get this guy up with this. Alright, and we Alpha Strike, because I don't think he can stop all of these. Pretty close. I should be using this to create more squirrel tokens. There we go. We're doing it. That's one more eye. That's an eye down. Enters the battlefield. Seek a creature card of the most prevalent creature type in your library. Huh. It's pretty flexible, honestly. Till the end of the turn, becomes a 3/3 Black Beholder. I'm actually kind of surprised that there wasn't more Beholder type creatures in the Final Fantasy set. Also, we're done here. There's a lot of enemies in Final Fantasy that are like the flying eye kind of things. Alright, zoom. It looks like we just have to go to the right a little bit to complete this quest. And usually when I take quests, it's for settlements that have cards that I want. Although I will say that it's probably been reset in terms of, you know, what cards are available here. And plus it didn't pay me. I didn't get any like gold out of that. I just got some cards and some crystals, which is fine with me. One additional thing that happens when you complete a quest is it reduces the cost of cards in town. So, yeah, if you do end up getting this game and like checking it out and playing it, yeah, doing quests will reduce the cost of cards in town. Only by like 1% per quest you complete, but it's still useful. This is probably the place that I was... No, it's not. Yeah, that's not it. Draft? No. Yeah, I'm not sure why I was doing a quest here. It's probably just to get the money if none of that was it. Hey, I recognize this. 3 or more creatures, return a card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Also power armor, I just saw that. Energy. I haven't made an energy deck before. Song always feels like it lasts a little bit too long. I'm kind of listening to a playlist I made up in over on the YouTube side of things. It's an okay playlist, a lot of AI music in it, although this one, surprisingly, is not AI. Alright, let's see here. Still cracked. Just double checking to see if there's any issues with my equipment. So we've gotten the 500 gold like purchases for each of my max health things. Across the entire, you know, situation. We could do more quests. That would give me possibly more money and cards. In terms of other things we can do, we could try to hunt down a boss. If we hunt down a boss, they come with, if we defeat them, they come with a +1 to max HP as well. What's this? I don't recognize that large building there. Let's head up there. Bosses also drop like different equipment based off of what they do. on my original save file of this game that wasn't on insane mode, I was able to defeat Teferi, and he gave me max HP and a staff that basically allows me to phase shift one like permanent every round, which ended up becoming like more of a nuisance than anything, but still it was cool. It changed up the way I played. Now, this game is relatively simplistic when you really get down to it, but it's still pretty good. This looks Eldrazi-like. Yeah, I thought so. Okay, this is not what we're looking for right now. We need to defeat the 5 bosses of the game in order to get in there, I think. The 5 main bosses. A lot of Eldrazi spawning around here too. If I wanted to make an artifact deck, I could try to defeat these guys, but at the moment I'm not really looking to do that. We will take this booster pack over here though. Source you control other than Talon deals damage to an opponent, put a charge on it. Destroy target land or search your library for a land and put that card into play, then shuffle your library. Or entwine. Choose both if you pay the entwine cost. So I could destroy one of his lands and then put one of my lands onto the battlefield. Seems pretty strong. Seems very strong. Long cave. I've been in this cave before, I just don't remember what kind of enemies are in here. I get the feeling it's gonna be like, well, Mimic, but like ninjas and stuff. We could put the animal friend onto the plant token. We don't have any dual color permanents at the moment, so let's go ahead and do that. Not too worried about that damage coming in. Why did it produce 2? Hold on a sec. Whenever this creature attacks, create a 1/1. The 1/1 for each aura attached. Tokens. Okay. Not sure. Oh, it's because of the general. I forgot about that. We don't have enough to put up the flowering yet. No reason for not no reason not to attack with everything. I think we'll do Squirrel Mob. Because even if I lose the plant token, I'll still have like a huge attacker. And then we'll just Alpha Strike and that should finish him off. Yep. Did you ever play the older version of this game? You mean the Chandelar one? Or I think that's what it's called. No, I've never actually played the older version. I found out about this game and then like while I was streaming this game, people came in and let me know that yeah, this is actually based off of an old like RPG. I hear that people are trying to edit the old RPG as well. I haven't seen much about that though. Alright, what does this do? Draw a card, okay. There's some tricksy, like, wall enemies out there. Wait, Druid's Call? Do we want Druid's Call? I think we'll go with Sword of the Squeak. Oh, but Sting won't do anything for me at the moment. Vanishing Light won't do anything. Let's just equip the sword. Glad I didn't put the Druid's Call onto that. Nothing I can do at the moment. 1997? Nah, I missed out on that one, unfortunately. We could use Banishing Light to get rid of that, although I don't think that's all that useful. Let's do Squirrel Mob. Now, that's something we want to get out of here, because it can attack. For one thing, it can attack. This enemy's deck, this particular enemy has a theme of using defender creatures, which can be super annoying, honestly. Especially since I'm having a hard time actually getting enough damage together to do anything. There's one of my boys. Nah, it doesn't draw if it's like that. Okay. Add 1 mana for each creature with Defender. That could be a nightmare. It's fine though. Okay, good news. We have enough mana for the Paradox. So Paradox is coming out. The bad news is we're kind of stuck at the moment because of how powerful his defenders are. Gets 2, gains trample, it can attack as though it didn't have defender. Okay. I remove this? No, that won't work. Right now it's not a huge deal. If I do this, make that immortal, and it has vigilance, and then I put Druid's Call onto it. And I mean, might as well throw the sword. Nope. Okay. Now we can just attack with this, and if they block, I'll generate a shit ton of these swords. Or no, these squirrels. Honestly, I want her to stay on the bottom here. Used up all my mana doing that, and my mana will remain used up until next turn. Like a couple of turns from now, rather. Oh god, the sword's gonna be so annoying. Okay, we're generating a lot of freaking squirrel tokens. My mana got used up by that hermit, so nothing else to do but attack. And we can start attacking using the fractal tokens now. Actually, we should just attack with everything. Yeah. They don't have that many defenders, and I'm attacking with quite a few squirrels here. No problem. Defender flying. Huh. Tap target creature. That's pretty useful. For 3 mana. And it's... No, it's not instant. Or it's instant, but it requires you to... Actually, I think it... So I think that tap enemy creature thing is actually instant and you can use it multiple times. I just forgot that the tap symbol is after the comma in that case. It's interesting. This this green card kind of breaks its normal typing, you know? The ability of this green card is very blue, if that makes sense. Enchanted creature gets 1/1 and flying and lifelink. It's pretty good. Oh, Tarmogoyf. That's a pretty famous card. Its power is equal to the number of card types among cards in all graveyards, and its toughness is equal to that number plus 1. So, essentially, it's really, really strong, especially with mill decks and stuff like that. It looks a little weird because that was they set that card up back when they were experimenting with what the cards look like the actual design of like all the metadata on the cards. There's some pretty nice enchantments I have here. I just need freaking mana. Chewing away at his HP. Now we're going to be generating squirrel tokens. Gonna hit him with this. That makes him flying and indestructible. Though I think I'm gonna keep the plant token back. We're gonna put lifelink onto him now. And might as well get this out. Just in case we need indestructible down the line. Okay. Okay, this is working out pretty well. And we should just win this with this next attack. Okay. Medusa, not so bad. Exile creature or planeswalker, you gain 2 life. Exile, huh? That actually seems kind of weak considering its cost. There's a, I think it's Gaze or something like that. There's a black card that costs 1 mana and you sacrifice one of your creatures or artifacts in order to destroy, I think, a enemy creature or planeswalker. It's basically the same as this, except it costs 1 mana instead and a sacrifice. And if you can't sacrifice, you can choose to pay 4 mana instead. So, yeah, that's... the more recent card seems like it'd be more flexible. I want to say it's destroy. It could be an exile as well. There's a weird design for a cave with not much in it. Goblins. Or boglins, or whatever they're called. Boggarts, that's what it is. Hey, what's this? Creatures you control get 1/1 whenever you tap a land for mana. Add 1 mana of any type that land produced. That's going into the deck. 4 creature cards with different powers, reveal them. An opponent chooses 2 of those cards. Shuffle the chosen cards into your library and the rest in your hand. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely going into my deck. It not only is it another way to get 1/1s across the board, it also provides a lot of mana ramp. A lot of mana ramp. What was this again? Oh yeah, destroy their lands. And let's remove this, because it's kind of rare that that actually comes into play and saves me. Druid's Call has been surprisingly good. Let's remove one of these chitter spitters. We only really need 1. No way I'm removing Paradox Zone. It's just too good. It's a troll. Okay. Probably means he's going to be playing some pretty heavyweight green cards. Okay, no, never mind. Black cards. Has a fair amount of HP. Let's get the Squirrel General out. Ah, God, that's bad. That's not great. It's possible for me to get this to the point where he can't attack. Remove an oil filter. If it has no oil counters, you lose the game. It has 4 oil counters, so I just have to survive for that many turns. Or I can use Follow the Imposter to kill him in a few turns. Let's make it so he can't actually get through me. Yeah, he decided not to attack. That's good. Let's do Druid's Call. That way if he does attack, I can block and make a bunch of 1/1s. Like a lot of them. And I guess we wait because we don't have enough mana to do anything. We're really waiting for him to run out of oil counters here. You put another one out, huh? Hmm. Not a great situation we're in. Because I can only block one of these at a time. Yeah, and he's attacking with both. Ah, I shouldn't have used the instant ramen on that. That's okay. We only had, what, 200 gold on us? That's fine. Wild Mammoth. More creatures than any other. The player gains control of Wild Mammoth. Okay. That'd be fun in a commander deck. I can see that being pretty fun in a commander deck. And check something on the side real quick. Okay. Alright. We do have some eviction quests going on to the north. We also have the Find the Caravan quest to the left here. Actually, that's something we should be doing. That's basically the main one of the main quests that you start off with. So it's possible that going there will just get us some small benefits here. I may have missed it. I've used this card before. It's pretty good. Be really, really good if you use it with that new random encounter card. Oh wait, random encounter wouldn't work with that. Never mind. Never mind on that. I always like checking the artifact shops, even though I'm not going for an artifact thing this time, because you never know, you can find some pretty interesting things. Any one creature gets +2/2 and gains horsemanship. As an additional cost to cast a spell, you may exile any number of green cards from your hand. This spell costs 2 less to cast for each one exiled this way. Choose target creature with mana value less than X. Search your library for the card with the same name as that creature. Put it into the battlefield tapped and then shuffle. Okay. So basically, it's a way to tutor and actually deploy something immediately. It's actually really powerful, especially since you could fill your deck up with like cheap cards, like Llanowar Elves and other one-cost cards, and use those as fuel to find whatever card you're really looking for. Regenerate for 1 mana. Haven't seen too many good regeneration cards. Let's see here. That slimy business one down south here, I never actually went into that particular area, because I know that slime-based decks can be extremely powerful. But I mean, I might be at the point where I can try to take on that slime location. And if I can actually get a few kills and get some cards out of that, I may be able to pivot my deck towards slimes. Because I know that slimes are usually green creatures, right? So, yeah, we might be able to do something with slimes. If we do, we may end up making this deck a mono green slime squirrel deck. Oh god. Not looking to get into any fights while I'm trying to get to the slime place. Now, if I remember right, the overworld icon for the slime place is actually special. It's not the same as most overworld icons. I look away for one moment. The good news is there's a black deck, so it shouldn't be too hard for us to defeat. Something about my deck does well against black enemy black decks. Wow, that is some bad land draw. Get rid of Squirrel Nest because it's kind of too expensive for us to use, and we'll get rid of Gaia's Anthem because same situation. And hope we can get somewhere with Plant Token here. Alright, green mana. Alright, we'll equip this. He hasn't used any spells against me, which is odd. I might as well lifelink this then. Since we're waiting for mana, we don't want to run into a situation where we don't have enough HP to take a few hits. Well, there it goes. And we got the mana we needed. Okay, cool. No, not follow the imposter, not yet. Do squirrel. Now we do follow the imposter. We got some HP. Okay. The best way to kill this is by exiling it, which is what we're gonna do. Create a number of 1/1 green squirrel tokens equal to your devotion to black. Huh. I've never seen that one before. So he didn't use his HP gain because I exiled his stuff. And we're going to hold off on attacking. Black creature you control to Honor's Hand. Yeah, we're getting rid of that. We're still kind of in a bad situation. But we're getting closer to having this all sorted. Ooh, Scurry Oak. That'll help. Let's go to an attack. Didn't block. He ate up a couple of... God damn it, destroy all green creatures? That's a thing that could happen? Roll this out. I'm gonna hold this guy for ransom real quick. What is this? If you're of your upkeep, if enchanted equipment is attached to a creature, destroy that creature. Oh. Also, you got rid of the thing. If enchanted weapon is attached to a creature, but I can't just unattach it is the issue. Everything I have here is buffs, except for this. And I don't have anything to give me HP. I thought so. Okay. That's okay. We had a very slow start to that one. And plus, you know, destroy all green creatures really screwed us over. Let's see here. Slimy business needs to the left. Spiders are here. Rats. Didn't know that this place would be good for fighting rats. Alchemy card. I generally don't use alchemy cards. At the beginning of your combat, choose any number of creatures with different powers. Each of them gets additional vigilance. Interesting. I think my quest is to kill this big guy. Let's steal the stuff from behind him first. Play Spreading Algae only on a swamp. Becomes tapped. Destroy that land. Return to owner's hand. So this can be used to destroy lands over and over again. Destroy target land, you gain 3 or 2 HP. Ooh. Adventuring gear can be pretty good. Whenever land enters the battlefield under your control, equipped creature gets +2/+2, which, you know, additional ramp. Decent stuff. $125 HP. Slime boss effect. At the beginning of your upkeep, put a slime counter on slime boss effect. Each opponent conjures X cards named Blasted Landscape into the library, where X is the number of slime counters. Whenever the player cycles a card, you gain 2 HP. Okay. There's no mana in my hand. There's like... Okay, there's 1 mana in my hand. I can work with this. Exile card from graveyard. If it was a creature, put 1/1. I think we can work with this. 5 damage, okay. Hydra Growth. I don't know what kind of removal he has. I don't think he's gonna have any kind of, like... flying creatures. I don't think he's gonna have any flying creatures. Yeah. Let's give this a shot. He did have removal. Yeah, that's okay. At least now we know. I could spawn a bunch of... Yeah, I could spawn a bunch of squirrels. Let's get that started. Must be having some kind of issue with mana. Enters the battlefield, exile target non-ooze creature and opponent controls until it leaves Put target creature with mana X into owner's graveyard. That is unfortunate. Also messed up the order of operations on that. Alright, let's try attacking. Okay, got the king back. And the cool thing about the king is if you have enough mana, you can use it to generate more tokens. It's slower than most of my other methods of generating tokens, but it's something. Let's see here. Dies, put 2/2 green put 2/2 green ooze creature tokens onto the battlefield. Yeah, it just splits. Well, I could always use more land. Can't really attack all that hard until that acidic slime is gone. We're gonna cycle. Yeah. Let's not risk losing the king. Remember, these guys split whenever they die. He's filling my my deck with a shit ton of the blasted landscapes. It's actually not a great situation. Alright, let's attack using those 7/7s. He outnumbers at me a little bit, but should be fine. God, he has got so many fucking slimes. I don't have any way to really generate a shit ton of tokens for free. Let's hold off. Right now we're just kind of holding off, mostly to... Great. See if we can get a... What? What? Oh, I'm on the wrong phase. Okay. Oh, this is a best out of 3. I forgot that's how bosses work in this game. So we need to generate an absolute shit ton of squirrels, which is totally possible. Okay, this should start generating decent sized squirrels. We'll have to wait until the next turn. I'm okay with playing that land there. We'll do Druid's Call, I suppose. Damn it, there goes all of my things. Actually cancel that. What's this do? Remove top card. Okay, whenever it attacks, so we'll just do this. Okay, now we have a way to generate scroll tokens on our own. And something that benefits pretty heavily from that. God, he's producing so many things. If I attack, it's going to attack with everything he's got. Can I afford this? Jeez. Okay, it's going to be more difficult for him to actually attack, although he does outnumber me pretty decently. Okay. He is attacking me with everything. That's not good. Do they have menace? Only that one has menace. Damn it. Okay. I think we can take on the slime boss without too much issue. We just need to get the right cards and just try to outscale him. That's the main thing. We need to outscale him in terms of how fast he's putting things out. We could edit our deck a little bit to see if we can make that happen a little bit easier. There's a few cards in here that aren't fitting, like in terms of speed. So we'll get rid of the Scurry Oak. The Ranged Hermit is a little bit too slow. This guy can help, but eh. Wish I had another animal friend. That one is actually surprisingly good. Hobbit Sting could be useful. Acorn Catapult's a bit too expensive to get out. Reap and Sow, honestly, we can remove that one. Alright, we'll give it one more shot for today, and after that, we'll probably call it either way. At least he's easy to get to. We don't have to, like, fight anything on the way there. The big issue is, like, after a few turns, we're gonna have a ton of, like, terrible cards in our draw. Okay. Nothing really I can do here. He ate my card. And I didn't get the card back because he already processed it. That son of a bitch. Those aren't considered artifacts, are they? Okay. All I need is one more mana and I can use Run Over to finish off this guy. It's not attacking, that's good. I wonder if I get HP back from doing it like this. I did. Cool, 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 cool. What is this? Enters the battlefield 2/2 at the beginning of each of your end steps, put a 1/1 counter on him. And he can be activated to bring more 2/2s. Is he... yeah, it's just really annoying. Okay. The 1/1 counters is what gets me. Token of a creature we control. 2 1/1 counters onto a creature. Let's just buff the shit out of the king here. And we'll play this land, even though I kind of want to discard it. We buffed him up partially because we want him to get us HP back. Cycling this. Do its call on him. Squirrel nest on one of these, so we can start producing squirrels. Still not enough for our artifact there. He is not blocking these attacks, by the way. None of his things have... oh, I have an idea. Okay, that's how we can get ahead. So now we're using the catapult to do a little bit of damage to the king. And he is going to get much more powerful. And we can use the squirrel nest to produce more squirrel tokens. And we're gaining HP every turn. And I'm not worried about losing squirrel tokens because there's gonna be a lot of them coming in. Cycle this. I'll take instant ramen. Eat the ramen. Rid of 1/1. I ran out of mana. Okay, that's fine. We got plenty of tokens. And I have plenty of HP. He's starting to be a little bit careful, which is good. Might as well just play these. use the catapult onto him to produce the 2 squirrel tokens. Tap this for another squirrel token. Attack with all 3 of these because he's probably going to start blocking. Okay, never mind. Play the land. Get more card draw. Yeah, just attack with everything because we can make the squirrel tokens after this. Oh, and my saga just finished, so we have a everything's indestructible and they all have additional damage, which is great. Oh, and trample. I forgot about the trample. So we've definitely won this one. We just have to win one more and that will be it for this boss. Please, just give me mana. I guess we can work with this. We'll get rid of Harmonize. He'll be giving me a lot of mana himself, so... What is this? Whenever a creature enters the battlefield... Oh, yeah, okay. Let's put out this so that you can now block. It's not a great start, I'll be honest. This is not a great start. Definitely not a great start. We could get Paradox Zone out in maybe one more turn. In the meantime, we just kind of have to delay. So that will help keep him from attacking using at least the experiment. I can't block him because he has Menace. Alright. His first few paradoxes will provide me with mostly just protection, but before long they'll be providing me with attack as well. This will win me this for the same reason that the Hydra's growth won me the last one. Alright. I think we're ready to start attacking, and I'll start with these two. Because that one's immortal right there. No! Not the Hydra's growth. God damn it, that's the last thing I wanted him to kill. Well, we got Shield of the Oversoul. That's a good sign. Well, if this is as powerful as they're going to be, might as well buff them up a little bit. He's going to kill one of them using the acidic slime. That instant? Ah, fuck it. We'll attack with what we got. Squirrel Mob. And we'll throw this onto that. Okay, that made it immortal. Great. So we'll attack with both of these and hopefully it'll thin them out. Nut collector, we'll take that. He'll generate more squirrel tokens. Is his main situation. He regenerated. Interesting. We will cycle this. We will cycle this. I guess we'll take that one. That immortal ooze is a nightmare. Whenever a creature dealt damage by put 1/1, okay. That doesn't really happen, so I'm not too worried about that. I'm gonna keep the squirrel mob in reserve until he gets a little bit stronger. Music stopped again. That music. Love stopping. Okay. Planes, shit. Now what we're looking for. Let's start using this. Just as a way to, like, stay alive long term. Cycle that out. There we go. Squirrel General, that's gonna help. That's gonna help a ton, actually. So Squirrel General actually allows me to sacrifice squirrels in order to affect, like, allied and enemy HP pools and stuff like that. And that's one of those things that allows me to kill immortal things. We're gonna set this to always no. And that ended my turn for some reason. And it's literally making things a little bit more difficult on my side. Okay, good. It didn't end my turn again. Alright. So what we're going to do is we are going to do this 3 times. So 1... Cancel, because I realize now that I need black mana to do that, and I have no way of getting black mana. Shit. No. Alright, well. Fine. I just need to be so threatening that he'll throw away all of his units trying to defend. It's down to 20 HP, which is good. Which means that he has to start blocking. Gotta start cycling too. Okay. We'll just say that's a good get. This allows me to make more squirrels and make all my squirrels more powerful. Okay, he's losing some of his units. Starting next turn, I'll be able to use this Chitter Spitter to increase the damage and, like, the stats of all my squirrels. So now there are two. They're all 2/2s now. Might as well play this. We're gonna keep attacking with these three because they'll chew away their defenses. Those experiment wands are actually pretty interesting. They may actually be a pretty good unit there. God, there is just so many freaking squirrels. Let's just go ahead and send a good group of them out. That should get him to defend pretty hard. There we go. Cool. So we defeated the slime. He gave us 3,000 gold, 64 shards, and an extra HP, and boots, which increases our speed on the overworld and also gives us ooze flux, which I have no idea what that is. We also got the gelatinous cube, which is actually a pretty powerful card, just in general. But the main thing we got, fucking an extra HP. Alright. I didn't have any boots before, even though this decreases my HP. Let's give it a shot. And that's the first, like, world boss done, by the way. You gotta get out of here without actually dying. Even though I'm pretty curious about what ooze flux is. I don't want to lose this 3,000 gold. Going south may be my best bet. Also, the quest may be to destroy everything in there too, because I didn't see any quest like completion text with that. At least we got the main boss done. 3 Tree City. Choose a color, add the amount of mana that color equal to the number of creatures you control of that chosen type. I mean, before I started doing the squirrel thing, that I would have been kind of on the fence on that, but now that I have the squirrels, I think we'll go for that. This is that 1/1 creature. I mean, we'll get it. Might be useful. I haven't been doing much, like, what do you call it? Land optimization yet. Legendary creature to its owner's hand. Huh. Well, we'll grab that. It's white mana, so we can replace one of our existing white manas with that. Put a target enchantment card from your graveyard on top of your library. I mean, we'll grab it. It may actually be kind of useful because sometimes people kill my enchantments. Like those 1/1 enchantments. Alright. We'll have to... I don't think I'm going to go for that enchantment one, by the way. We'll have to thin out our lands. 26. Remove 3 of those. 2 of those. 22. Alright. I think I will add this actually, because thinking about it, my sagas count as enchantments. Alright, that should do it for lands for a little bit. That's an alchemy card. I didn't know that they made a set off of that. Destroy all creatures. Oh my. Only if I had some way of, you know, getting HP back or something like that. Untapped. No. Alchemy. Even though it's a squirrel glimmer, as long as your card as long as this card is on top of your library, you may look at it at any time and you may cast it. As long as the top card of your library is a creature card, you may look at it and at any time and cast it. Okay. Basically, cast creatures from the top of your library. I mean, this is pretty good. Return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield, or equipment from the graveyard to the battlefield, and attach it to a creature. It's pretty good. This is pretty good. As I keep running into the situation like, my one thing with lifelink gets killed, or you know, my one creature that could counter what's going on gets killed. Could get temporary health points. It increases my health by 2, I want to say. Whenever you create one or more creature tokens, put a story counter on this artifact. 1 mana, remove a story counter from this artifact and draw a card. Okay. Yeah, I can agree with that. Mana Geode may be a good idea. Add 1 mana of any color. I mean, that's card draw, actually. So that's something I've been missing this entire time. Any amount of card draw. Excuse me. This land, it's just a land, honestly, but it's also an artifact. So it really helps anything that buffs up artifacts or is buffed by having a lot of artifacts. Also, Patchwork Banner is pretty good. Creatures you control of chosen type get 1/1. So you choose a creature type whenever you put it down, and then they get 1/1. And that creature type could be, for example, Squirrel. Old Pan is kind of good. It creates a treasure token when it comes out and gives 1/1 to a creature. It's cheap to actually equip. It's just generally really good at the early stages of the match. Two 1 equip is cheaper on humans. At the beginning of combat on your turn, draw a card. Then you may exile an artifact or creature card from your hand. If you do, create a token that's a copy of the exiled card. That seems a bit cheesy, if you know what I mean. It just seems a bit cheesy. Alright. I think we got the main thing that we're looking for in this place, which was additional card draw. Still have a little bit of money and gems left. We need to trim up our deck. We can't really remove any more creatures because holy shit, if we remove any more, we're not doing too good in terms of creatures. This is a very creature-heavy deck, and we're running out of creatures. Hoppetstein can go. It's too situational. Ransom is decent, but kind of situational at the same time. We'll remove it. Battle of Bywater is only useful in certain situations where the enemy is cooking up a bunch of like really heavy units. So we'll get rid of that one. Still haven't seen Mirawaki's Wake get drawn, that is. But like Nature's Chant, I've just never end up in a situation where it's super duper like needed. So we'll get rid of it. Lifelink is like amazing, honestly. It's been like one of the best things I've added to this deck so far. Rootcast is fine, actually. Rootcast is fine. Alright, we trimmed it up. We got 600 gold. We've killed one major boss in the world. Let's take a look at our quest. Yeah, we have to defeat all the enemies there. So before we do that, let's use up this last 600 gold. So we're gonna take a look at another town and see if we can get anything interesting. There's an enchantment shop. Hey, nice dude, how's it going, man? How goes it? Hey, a saga. I always like sagas. Bahamut's here. Destroy up to one target non-land permanent. Draw 2 cards and deal damage equal to the total mana value of other permanents you control to each enemy opponent. Just melting inside? Ah, yeah, I know how that is. It's currently really hot here, so I'm just kind of suffering. This could be pretty good too. Enchanted creature gets 4/4, and when it's put into the graveyard, you get 2 wolf creatures. Go for that. I would love to get Bahamut, but at the same time, it's just too expensive to cast, and it's too situational. Like, it's just too expensive to cast. Attach it to a legendary creature. Yeah, having too many electronics on just... yeah, it's pretty bad. Although today's a fair bit cooler than usual, so today's not so bad. That would be good if I had more aura cards, but I'm not really focusing on aura cards. Prevent 2 damage, okay. Whenever a 1/1 creature comes into play under your control, you may return from the graveyard to play and attach it to that creature. Seems like it'd be annoying to actually use. No aura? Yeah, no aura. Whenever equipped creature and at least one other creature attack, draw a card. This helps out with my card draw situation. It's pretty much all the money I had. We'll add those two. Definitely not removing any creatures. Instant ramen. Yeah, well, let's get rid of it. It's too. It's just kind of like it's in between me and the next card I need, kind of thing. Even though it has draw. They have put it was a special like set, like a secret layer, I believe is what it's called. But yeah, there was a set for specifically Fallout cards. In fact, one of the cards I use right here called Animal Friend is from that set. They released in 2024, but it was a special set that was not available in standard. That's why you probably wouldn't recognize any of the cards out of that set. They're also like a little bit more powerful than you would expect in that set. Let's see here, do I have any other cards from that set in this deck? Not really. I don't think so. So yeah, there's a bunch of Fallout cards in this game as a result. It's pretty decent. It's pretty cool. Optimus Prime, that's another set that was released back in 2022. So like Transformers was one of the sets. Return X cards at random from your graveyard to your hand. Exile, reap from the past. Man, that would be really nice in my magic arena deck. I have an arena deck that is red and green, and it's pretty good, but like something like that would be really nice. Yeah, that is Lord of the Rings. You're right about that. As long as the card with has exiled with what? Okay. They just turning Magic into Fortnite? I mean, kind of. I'll be honest. With the amount of special guests, haven't you seen that their most recent set is a Final Fantasy set, and it's actually part of like actual Magic, like standard. The new Final Fantasy set is pretty cool though, so I'm not annoyed about that. Pretty cool. Alright, what does this do? Remove one or more 1/1 counters from among creatures you control. Put an X green ooze creature where okay, so I can create creatures off of my 1/1 counters. Interesting. Do I create that many 1/1 counters though? I guess through some of the squirrels I throw out. Last time I fought a spider, I got my ass kicked, so we'll see how this goes. Yeah, I can see that. I don't mind it myself because I mean I only really play a few games nowadays. Let's hit this with a squirrel nest. 2/2. Oh, right, because of this. Oh no! This is a Saproling deck. Oh, there's a Saproling deck. Oh no, wait. Maybe this is just Saproling. Okay. Maybe only that is Saproling. Almost had me worried for a moment. I don't like where this is going, so we're gonna hold off for a turn. And let's see here. We attack and they block. They did not block. They did block. I mean, that's an interesting choice on their part. I'm gonna kill this because I don't like that. What's this do? Beach. Okay, maybe we kill this instead. And that gives me 6 damage on my character. And look how many squirrel tokens we have now. They're having a hard time deciding what they want to do now. Put the Sword of the Meek on him. Add another squirrel token. And now we attack with declaration invalid. All creatures attack if possible. Oh, great. Alpha Strike then. Oh, that thing needs to die so badly. And I think I die here. I don't think I survive this. Okay, just barely. Let's harmonize real quick. Don't have enough mana for this. Well, the best thing I can do is Alpha Strike and hope he dies from, yep. Just had too many freaking, what do you call it, squirrels. I had too many squirrels for him to handle. And even though if he did survive that last attack, he would have died from all the squirrels I would have spawned immediately after that. Rat Ninja. This only works if I attack with multiple things at once, but let's give it a shot. Oh, right, I forgot. It generates its own thing. Okay, we got a double color creature here. That means that the Shield of the Oversoul is going to have a really nice thing to attach to. And this is going to start drawing me cards because I'm attacking with multiple things. And he's generating me rat tokens for some reason. Okay. Said already early. Oh, I'm sorry, man. The sounds on this can be a bit distracting. Deal combat damage to a player. Destroy target non-black creature that player controls. Okay, that's fine with me. Because honestly, he needs to respond to what I'm doing, otherwise he's screwed. Discards a card. That's fine with me. Get rid of that. Okay, cool. If I just do this, that'll put me at 5/5, and I just attack, and that's it for the ninja. Ninja cards are pretty cool. I do want to make a proper ninja deck, but I just haven't gotten all the cards I need for it. So we got 2 of these ninja cards, the one that allows them to destroy things. Ravenous Rats, those are always nice. Yep, the quest that I have for this area is kill all the monsters here, so I think I have 4 fights left. And, well, I have been streaming for a little while now, for 4 hours. I think I'm gonna call it here because I do need to get something to eat. So we're just gonna call it here because I'm crazy hungry right now. But yeah, we made pretty good progress. We killed a world boss, which is like super good progress. And well, I'll catch you guys later.